my back! What's up, everybody? Good morning. Nika, congratulations on first. Callie, congratulations on last. What's up, Lard? What's up, Zool? Hello, Balls. Hello, Callie. Hello, Stark. Congratulations on second or whatever. Good morning, everybody. Just when you think you've ordered all the paints you could possibly need, you find out that you still need to order another paint. God damn it. Yellow ochre, I need Indian yellow. There we go. The hue is slightly different. That's watercolor. Amazon, why do you suck? I type in Indian yellow oil paint and it's giving me a watercolor option. Why? Hi, Bandit. What's up, bud? He's pulling the toy that's under his body. That toy has seen some shit. Which one? The flat duck? That came like that. There's a couple flat animals. The toy that's really seen some days has been the hedgehog. These hedgehogs have seen some days. Did you get a walk? Did you get egg? Are you spoiled? Did you get everything you want? Oh yeah, Beans is a puppy, so of course everything's destroyed. You can't have nice things when you have a velociraptor in your house. Oh god. Itchy eye. Alright, I have a reference art that I like. We're gonna try and do this. I don't know how it's gonna turn out. I'm nervous, as always. Welcome to my stream.
I must apologize for the size of this room, gentlemen. It's all I can do. It's short. Now, are we all here?
It muted my mic. It muted my bike. Anyways, you got watermelon and cantaloupe from the old beat-up truck on the side of the road. As I was saying, it's probably going to be the best watermelon of your life. Pro streamer? I never said that. No, I did. Yeah, it should be fixed now. If it's not, then we have a problem. By the way, forget what? So, I mean, it's technically a secret, but it's not. So, I went over to my buddy Mark's on Monday to go hang out for a little bit, and he was telling me he's going to be a partial owner of that brewery. And I was like, what? What's going on? It turns out the current owners are selling because they're in massive debt. So I'm really glad I didn't do Mug Club this year. Shock. I mean, this brewery's been around for a decade. Like, it actually has been around for quite some time. It is slightly shocking that they're actually selling. So they're gonna... The funny thing, so I was talking to Mark about it as we were sitting on his deck, and literally he was like, yeah, because I was asking him questions about it. I was like, oh, I'm not going to say anything. He's like, dude, it doesn't matter. Everyone knows already. And I'm like, well, who told who? And he's like, well, the owner that's basically selling literally has told everyone, but then gets mad when everyone basically is like, oh, so you're selling. He's like, I didn't say that to anyone. It's like... yeah. So, yeah. I mean, Coldwater Brewery's doing fine, Hostile. It's not all. There's a lot of places up here that are thriving. But it's the big thing is that Coldwater is literally on the side of the road. Sedelis is not. Sedelis, you literally have to be told about Sedelis and where it is. And it's not like they don't do good marketing. Like they're on there's like a Tahoe, like in the South Shore, there's like a brewery stop thing that the city not implemented, but they, had a bunch of breweries sign up for, so you could basically get your business on this list. You didn't have to pay for it. It was just basically like, get on this list and you're part of like the brew stop tour thing in Tahoe. So they got on that, but it's just they don't have that same sort of like, you drive by, like Coldwater, you literally drive by Coldwater and it's like, oh yeah, all right, that's a restaurant. Sedelis is like hidden in the back behind the DMV, behind Safeway. Let me get a Google map here. I can show you like how easy it is to find Coldwater. And that's why a lot of people end up at Coldwater, is just because they drive right by it and they go, wow, look at that spot. So yeah, like this is the Coldwater, like this is Highway 50 right here. This is the main thoroughfare. That's Coldwater at a stoplight as well. So not only do you have this corner spot, but you've also got a stoplight, and so people stop and are just like, oh, I'm getting a little peckish. You got the giant sign right there. So it's availability of being spotted is a big thing in our town too. Yeah, prices haven't gone up for most places, and it's not like they're trying to like save face or anything. It's just we have enough tourist influx to you don't have to raise your prices right now. Like the tourism right now is paying a lot of it. I was talking to the Primo's owner, and basically they raised their price And it was not because of the cost of everything. It was because of the cost of moving and installing the pizza oven in the new restaurant. They raised their pizza price by $7. But he was like, I literally have to raise this price, not because I need all of this. He's like, because we went from one restaurant to this, and I have to pay off building this pizza place because everyone kept asking for this pizza oven. So that's, from my understanding, that's at least like, one restaurant. I'd have to ask Berlin about Coldwater, but Coldwater's always been doing good. Their beer is shit, their food is mediocre, but they've got that roadside right there, and everyone goes to it. It's like a lot of there's none of the restaurants at State Line are doing bad. I'll tell you that too. Not a single State Line restaurant is doing bad. And I'm not talking because they're on Nevada side. We're talking Cali side, Cal Burger. That place is still full of people because tourism. And they haven't changed their prices from my understanding. But also Cali Burger's just always been expensive. It's still going to be a $25 plate of food. Like, we're talking burger, fries, not a drink. You're easily over $30 if you're getting even just a soda, I think, is going to put you over $30 at that restaurant. What was it? A three, technically, I don't know if they count it as 3, but bacon pepperoni large pizza at the sister restaurant, the Base Camp Pizza, is around $35, almost $40. Yeah, but that's always been that price. Like, I remember 2-topping large pizza and a salad at takeout was just about $50. No, I mean, dude, it's nonstop for us still. It's nonstop. It's nonstop in this town. Tourism has not died off at all. I can tell you that. It's still as busy, and people are still throwing their Taco Bell trash out their car windows because it's such an amazing, beautiful place. I should leave my trash here. Peak spot, yeah. Coldwater's been there for ages, and they used to have really good beer and really good food, but then the owner was so there was the 2 owners, the husband and wife, and the husband did all the brewery stuff, like all the beer brewing, and the wife did all like the kitchen management and restaurant management, and she passed away from cancer over a decade ago at this point, and they changed the management to this other lady who used to run the Chevy's in town, and Chevy's closed down over a decade ago, and so there's kind of not the best management, but they've got that spot, and they do just good enough. They do just good enough, and honestly, in this town, that's sometimes all you need. The wilderness cries for garbage. No, it doesn't, silly. So right now what we're doing is we're putting paper towel around the edges because there's a wood frame here, so when you paint, sometimes the canvas will wrap into it, so you get like sort of a line on this. So we're just, this is something that I've started doing in all my paintings, is just put all of this paper towel all the way around the edge, and we just reuse it every painting as well. I think this is like, this paper towel is probably from like 10 paintings ago. I just keep taking it and reusing it, because why not? Why not? Why waste the paper towel that's completely clean and usable? Yeah, and I mean, it's breweries are very hit or miss too, because the Sedelis place, there's people that love that beer. I think that beer is super mediocre. It is, in my opinion, it's brewery beer. There's really nothing like fantastic about it. It has that brewery beer taste, which is meh to me. And all the beers are like super over the top percent wise. Like, I don't need to have a 7% kick you in the face beer. Like, that's not really why I drink beer. I like the flavor. I like the social aspect of it. So, and a lot of their flavors there are not for me either. It's always like, some sort of. They do a lot of sours. They do a lot of stouts and browns, and they like. I just like a crisp pilsner. Or they do that that type of IPA where like you take a sip of it and it feels like rubbing sandpaper on your tongue. I like a good IPA, but man, like some of the IPAs out there are just gross. It's alright, has a nice vibe in Mug Club. Yeah, but the Mug Club is super not worth it, though. Like, super duper not worth it. The amount you pay for what you get, it's just not worth it. Like, even, like, the Mug Club events are really, 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 really lackluster. Like, you get, like, one free beer. Well, it's actually $1 because in the state of California, there's legal stuff about that. But you have to pay $1. You get one beer for $1 at the Mug Club party nights, and then you get free dinner. But the dinners are always super underwhelming. And then they always promise like, oh, the next party we're gonna do this and that, and then like you show up and it's just once again a mediocre dinner, and it's like, okay, oh, the next party we're gonna. So yeah, it's just that constant sort of. And for me, that was really the sort of nail in the coffin. I'm just like, you guys aren't actually gonna do better. You keep promising, and you're not doing anything. So, there's some small town drama for you all. Not really drama though, really, right? Oh. Germany has nasty high standards. I mean, I'd rather have super high standards than swill being served to me. What is the average percent? I'd say 5. Like your buds, your Coors. We're not talking light. I'd say yeah, 5 to 8 is pretty good. 8 is probably like on the high side. But like yeah, like your Coors, your Budweiser, your Rolling Rock, your Corona, your Dos Equis. A lot of those beers are gonna be like 5%. You get into some of like Sierra Nevada, like that. I think that's like 6.5 or something, maybe just 6. So you get to like the like, they're not super microbrewery. They're not. What's the word for it? Like they're big breweries, but they make like IPAs, but they don't make them like insanely high percent. There's New Belgium that does Voodoo. Voodoo is like on average like close to 7, I think. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, I mean, as I said, like I'd rather have like high standards so I get good product, but you know, it's people are always gonna try and find a way around it. Corona's easy drinking beer. I like Corona. I like my Corona, definitely. All right, let's get everything set up for this painting. I mean, we are getting everything set up for the painting, but let's continue to do so. We need to put the liquid white on, but yeah. I've been drinking less, just trying to be healthier. Yeah, I don't like stouts to begin with, and I don't like high percent stouts. Those aren't really appealing to me ever. I think the big one out of like Michigan is Dragon's Milk. I think that one still is around. That's a really like high percent popular one with a lot of stout drinkers. There's like Old Rasputin, which I think is another like super high stout one that I know a lot of people out here get like super jazzed about. I'd say the only one that I get super amped about for like a beer out here would be something like, I don't think I have the brush I want. Something like the Pliny the Elder. I love Pliny the Elder, but I only have like one of those because they are very high percent. Usually I have one of those and then I'm done. Back from the store in which the They had Greek muscle meat. What is Greek muscle meat? Dragon milk there. Okay, so you've had it, Kev? I'm pretty sure it's Michigan. I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it's Michigan-based. The brewery, at least. Isn't it like, is it Founders that does that? I think it's Founders. I might be misremembering. Time to grow our hair out, everyone. Boom. Our monthly hair grow. I'm going to shave it after the stream. Oh, muscles. Got you. I see. I was thinking like muscle as in like muscle. But yeah, no, I found a good recipe for the kebab on Sunday, so that'll be good. We're just gonna do it in the oven. And the recipe I found that basically you slap all you mix all the meat together, and then I know my mic is gonna be dying off here. Let me try and move this over like this. Maybe that'll be a little bit better. But you basically just mix everything together, put it on parchment paper, put it on a, what's it called? Sheet pan, roll it, and then bake it. And then when that's done, you take it out, you hand shred it, and then you put it under the broiler to crisp it up a little bit. So for this painting, by the way, we really don't want a ton of liquid white. We really don't want a ton of liquid white. There's a lot of like heavier paint that I want to move around here, so I don't want too much. I mostly want the liquid white in the sky portion and a little bit around the base of the mountain that we're doing. Yo, what's up, Slayer? Good to see you, bud. How goes your day? We're just getting going with our painting. Also, tomorrow is Heroes Casting, and Friday we're doing Elden Ring Tarnished Edition. The Bandai Namco code will be sent to me tomorrow after stream, so I'll install it on my Switch, and we'll play a bunch of Elden Ring Tarnished Edition on Friday. I'm pumped for it. Yeah, I saw it on my Discord right before I started streaming. So you know what that means? That means that we have to hit this sub goal today. And then we need to hit a movie night for tomorrow, or movie night sub goal tomorrow, and then do a Tim Curry movie night on Friday. I think that's the only logical answer. Right? Right here, we're just trying to get that liquid white as thin as possible. I just realized we have like no music. I'm just silently painting. I even loaded up music as well. I was just so locked in. All right, let's take a look at this playlist.
Yes! Yes! I'm doing my part.
That's one. We just need, I think, 15 more. The number should go up soon. It'd be crazy. What's up, Crush? You'd like for your white to be thinner? Yeah, me too. Okay, buddy. You're getting a little licky there. Good boy. Slayer, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming for 29 months. I appreciate that. Crush, welcome back from your trip. So did they film the SmackDown episode like right after the Raw episode or something? I thought that was like, I thought you were getting like 2 shows in one that night or something.
I'm a buff baby that can dance like a man. I can shake 'em my fanny, I can shake 'em my can. I'm a tough tootin' baby, I can punch in your buns. Punch in your buns. buns. I can punch all your buns. If you're an evil witch, I will punch you for fun.
This is my jam.
Holy Jesus, Hostile, thank you for the 1,000 bits and summoning the tough tootin' baby. We have not heard that alert in a while. Thank you, bud. And Bandit just farted, Stinky. Directly after. So that was a long night for you. So I'm guessing they film it that Monday and they're just gonna air it on Friday or something? And I'm sure they said live the entire time. I think that's mostly clean. I actually read into it a little bit because it popped up on my feed that they were doing that, and I was just curious. Like, it popped up on, like, Instagram or something like that, and I was reading the comments because I was just curious if someone knew. There was, like, something about how, like, there's some other event coming up soon, so, like, people wanted, like, a break so they could... I don't know. I think it was something about, like, a break for the actual performers. Looking into... Oh, dude, forget what? Thank you for reminding me. Did you hear about... So, the remaster or whatever that's coming out comes out, like, what, later this year? Or early next year? But I think there was, like, some DLCs or something. And, I was reading today that, like, basically, Ubisoft took people's money, and there was, like, a 25 kilobyte download, and the game doesn't boot. It just says, like, dummy executable or whatever. I think there's more to it, but effectively, yeah. It was posted this morning by IGN. So I think there was, like, something else that, like, released yesterday that people could get, but they didn't actually get it. We're gonna need this liquid white later. I just want to lightly close the cap so I don't spill it. Yeah, let's see, So, here you go. Video Game Chronicles. VideoGameChronicles.com. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake announced as Complete Edition. Releases on Steam with no game files. August 26th, 11:28 a.m. The news was announced via Ubisoft blogs. Specifies the game will launch PS5, Xbox Series, console, PC, and will feature 4K visuals, dynamic lighting, real-time weather, and shifting seasons. In addition to the classic Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Complete Edition was released on Steam August 25th, but the players were unable to play the game. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 launched originally in 1999. Ubisoft launched the HD editions in 2015. Steam release of the HD edition lacked the game's 2 expansions, and as such, most players recommended the Complete Edition on GOG release, which included all content and had an HD mod available. Now, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Complete has launched on Steam for £8.99 pounds. This includes both the Armageddon, Blade, and Shadows of Death expansion, but players who bought the title found the game download did not actually include any game files. Another player said, I think we did a pretty good job so far. 23.49 kilobytes of pure nostalgia. Best CMD prompt simulator of 2026. 10 out of 10. The issue seems to be fixed now, but for a brief time, players were able to work around the problem by downloading the Horn of Abyss mod, which also Steam, so. Looks like it is fixed, but that is really funny. Day-long meetings today? Ew. God, I'm nervous about this painting today. One thing at a time, one little step at a time, and the painting will come together, you know? You know? God, I gotta stop doing that. I was telling Stark and everyone last night when we were doing the little trivia thing off the stream. I was like, I really need to stop. Like, I started saying it as a joke during the Final Fantasy IX run, and now it's stuck with my vocabulary. The shit. The shit was fun last night. I had a good time with the shit. Especially with... Hint. It's a Warcraft bruiser. Oh, I know it! It's Sonya! The words came out of my mouth, and my brain went, why? I'm still laughing about that moment. I'm still laughing about that moment from last night. Yeah. Yeah, I was laughing for like, there was like a good like half an hour after we finished doing that. I was still like giggling to myself about some of the stuff. Dude, this jar of white is so full, but it's so dried out, and I really just want to chuck this thing. I don't know how much white we're gonna need today, but I found a good spot of fresh. All right. Yeah, it was the prompt was showing a weapon, and I was like, the moment someone guessed something, and I was like, oh, it's Sonya's luchador skin because she has like a bat with wire around it. It wasn't that. Obviously, because it was a Warcraft bruiser, not Sonya from Diablo. I will say, in one of those quintessential internet counterpoints, I'm not technically wrong because Sonya does have Warcraft weapons, and so like it's easy to confuse her with that. I believe Sonya's Master Skin has 2 World of Warcraft weapons, though. My friend who is a World of Warcraft like player and fan pointed out to me like super early when I was playing when the game released. Back when Master Skins were like a thing. I'm pretty sure it's her Master Skin. She's got like 2 World of Warcraft weapons. On that same visual prompt, Kaimo did go Thrall's weapon, which we're talking about basically like a spiked bat, and Kaimo Chips was talking about Doomhammer. So later on, we were talking about that. I think it was after the question, and I was like, "By the way, Kaimo, like Thrall has Doom Hammer." He's like, "So it's like that? What we saw, right?" Stick versus hammer, yeah. Like there is a little bit of that. Sort of like, not anxiety, but there's that pressure when you're on the spot to try and think of Here's the Storm stuff. But I had fun. She also has a WoW Death Knight skin. That's right, she does. Doomhammer is just a bat with really big spikes and a gigantic metal top part. Also, Zool rules. Your sock has been claimed, by the way. My right foot is sweating so much right now. I was gonna go just get, like, I have a, like, regular, like, Star Wars socks, but I was like, those aren't really, like, tall socks. And these are snowboard socks, or hiking socks. You can use them for both. So my right foot is sweating so much right now. It's not that hot in the house, but just this sock is so hot. All right, let's start painting a sky, everybody. For the time being, we're also listening to Monster Hunter music. Thought it'd be fitting. If you guys want to see the reference we're going off of, this is the reference for today. No, it's, I went on a tangent one time during the video game Steel Rising because I kept getting new skins for the character, and every single skin had one tall sock, one short sock, and I went on a tangent about how why is it that the women protagonists in video games always have to have the asymmetry with their outfits? Like, why is that always a thing? And it's not even that with just socks too. It's like even gloves. Like look at a lot of stuff with gloves. There's like one like hand glove that has like it's like one fingerless hand glove, like a motorcycle glove, and then you have like an entire arm glove. It's like, why is this a thing? So that's where it originates from. Meanwhile, you get, like, the male character, and he's just got, like, 10 pounds of armor. Go look at Steel Rising. Not Steel Rising. Go look at Stellar Blade we just played. Every male character in the game, full armor, big suit, big coat, puffy. Every woman character, boobs. Look, my point is you can make everyone hot. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Why does it... Like, everyone should be hot. I just want everyone to be able to, you know, lust over everybody. No message. Nintori, thank you for the Prime Gaming for 11 months. Appreciate it, bud. Thank you so very much. Welcome back to the BahaMets. And we're now 15 subs away from our goal. Thanks, bud. Alright, so we kind of want a pretty light sky. So let's start blending this out. We're gonna paint the top edge of this as well. We want to do... It's always nice if we sell the paintings to have the edges painted, so we always try to nowadays. By the way, I just typed in best Monster Hunter music, so that's what we're listening to until I get tired of it, or we... playlist ends. Or I finish the painting, I guess. I don't know how long it is. Alright. Isn't there, like, a whole thing about the heterochromia with, like, animals, where it's said that if, like, an animal has heterochromia, that's typically, like, it can see, like, the spirit world or something like that? Isn't there, like, an old saying, or, like, I don't know if it's old wives' tale, I guess? I remember hearing that a long time ago. All right, we want some light spots in here. We don't want to fully color in the sky. So we want some pockets of white, so that way it's easier to put in some of these clouds. What's going on down here. We're just trying to get some of the paint out of the brush. That way when we come back into this, we're going to be able to blend better. Because this is all going to be, you can see, this is all going to be like field colors, so we don't care what's going on down here right now. And the reason that I'm going down here is because I want to pick up some of that liquid white, so you can see my brush has got some of that on there. So it's kind of that sort of more lighter blue, so then when we go back into this, we don't darken, we lighten everything, and we can get that sort of airy light sky. We want it to be a little bit dark on the edge here, so that way your eye is kind of drawn inward. I'll do my best to explain my thoughts, but sometimes I forget to explain them, so if you're ever curious what I'm doing, ask. Here we want this to be a bit light, because we are going to bring in some of that sort of fog color. It's a pretty long game. Monster Hunter? Well, this I just typed in like best Monster Hunter music playlist and it came up with like 55 songs. And it looks like it goes through a bunch of other stuff. I just opened Archipelago. Whoopsies. There we go. So here now we're just kind of blending everything together very lightly. We still using the dirty brush because we do want to carry some of this blue into that background. And then what we're going to do is come through with the pure white and we're going to start putting in some nice fluffy clouds. I think we'll use like a 1-inch brush for that. And here we're just trying to get the edges covered. We'll probably come in with another color either way, but... I'm just trying to soften this so we get rid of those brush strokes in the sky. Alright. That looks pretty nice. We'll come in with some clouds over here. We got this nice dark spot, which will be really good for our mountain shape. And then we'll bring in some clouds over this way. Yeah, I like it. But otherwise, how we all doing today on this Wednesday? Hopefully having a pretty decent day. I'm in the final stages of figuring out what oven hood to order. And I think I nailed the one I want, but I just gotta triple check measurements and everything. But I will say I'm very excited for Elden Ring on Friday. I have been itching to play Elden Ring again. And this is the perfect excuse. Maybe a DK barrel in the tree shade? You're also getting over cold? Ugh. It is about that time of the year. Time to go get flu shot and stuff. I need to get my tetanus shot as well. I haven't had a tetanus shot in ages. But I hear those tetanus shots suck. That's what I'm not looking forward to. I also need to do, I need to do blood work for my doctor. It's been like 2 months and I just keep forgetting to do it. I have to do the fasting beforehand, which is the annoying part. Usually you can just, you know, set it up for early morning and then it's not that big of a deal, but it's still just annoying. That's true. The COVID vaccines were... Yeah, those were rough. Yeah, it's like, I don't mind the arm pain. Like, I don't have any problem with that. It's just, I don't know what to expect with the tetanus shot. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel afterwards. But, like, usually with, like, flu shots, I just get arm pain and nothing typically else. But everyone I've talked to says, like, oh yeah, dude, tetanus shot's not fun. I literally forget what. Or are you saying having tetanus is not fun? Or the tetanus shot is not fun? Definitely two different things. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well, forget what. I hear that, like, the tetanus shot is, like, really, like, hurts when they give it to you. Or it's like the arm pain afterwards is pretty high. I don't know which, but I'm a big baby when it comes to shots. I can get tattooed for hours, don't mind, piercings, whatever. Shots, hate them. I'll do them, but I hate them. BF Tough Tootin' Baby? Oh, I'll be a baby. Nah, it shouldn't be bad. I hate shots. I love that corner there. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's a lot of minute update details from me, but it's dude, this sky is really coming together. Is this a Windows background? Yeah, actually, you know what? Monster Hunter Challenge gone. We're just doing the Windows XP background. You know, the rolling grass hill? That's it. That's what we're doing. Pivot. We'd be done with this painting in like an hour and a half if that was the case. How you doing, Kel? All right. Usually we can't listen to things with music in or lyrics in them. Do you guys know there's about 25 Monster Hunter games out there? How's my day been? I'm pretty good. I'm a little tired today. I don't know why. I got like decent sleep. I ate good. I didn't stay up late. I'm just sleepy today. Maybe it's just the anxiety of doing the painting. I don't know.
My back! Oh, my back!
Hi, Kaimo. How's your day, bud? By the way, everybody, Kaimo won last night's standard heroes intelligence test with a score of 69.9. You tried to time it when Baha was looking at art? Ah, I'm just too good. 69.9. Final score for Kaimo. We did throw, like, 2 questions, so Kaimo could actually get that score. Covert and I did throw for 2 questions so Kaimo could get 69.9, because we were like, we're not gonna win, we might as well go for the meme. Oh yeah, so 69.69, yes, misinformation. I was rounding up. Don't spread misinformation on the internet. Sorry. Please don't report me. I don't want Twitch to get mad at me. By the way, I saw a couple people were doing that AI prompt sponsorship thing that I was telling you guys about, and they instantly got view-botted. Like 1,000 viewers view-botted. I don't know how that's allowed, dude. It's like blatantly obvious too. Like, you activate a sponsorship and then your viewership goes up by 1,000. Like, dude. What? Also, Stark, I thought more about the category that I was mentioning, and I was like, you could make it like Zul'jin would be Master, because that's a really hard reference. I think Vala, if I'm not mistaken, is the Michael Jackson dance, but knowing it's Vala is kind of hard. I thought that was like Platinum. The Beetlejuice one I thought would be pretty good for somewhere in the Gold Platinum. Diamond would be the Michael Jackson one. And then I was thinking Bronze could be literally Garrosh, because Garrosh is probably the easiest one, because he's literally just headbanging. It's not a specific thing. It's just headbanging. Yeah. But there's some dances that are, like, specific references to like real dances and some are just like Anduin's dance is the running joke from the devs, I think, was just it's the whitest dance because it's actually the Anduin dance is one of the other developers. It's not Cloaken. It was I forget who, but there's like they basically just filmed him dancing, and that's the Anduin dance. It's like the white guy dad dance. I think Zool is like spooky, scary skeletons. I'm pretty sure. Gul'dan is some sort of foot shuffle that I can't remember the name of. But yeah, there's a ton. But yeah, I was thinking about it when I was going to bed last night. I don't know if Gul'dan's is the Cupid Shuffle. Because the Cupid Shuffle is a lot of stepping back, and Gul'dan's is more of like swapping his feet like almost like crisscross. If you remember the old crisscross dance. It's kind of like that. It actually might be crisscross. Oh, okay. It might just be the Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3 orc dance. Okay. But as I said, like, yeah, there's I'm sure you could easily get enough for a category where it's like actually viable. But I was thinking like Garrosh should be the easiest one because Garrosh is just literally headbanging. I'm pretty sure. I think he just literally does horns and headbangs. ETC might be the exact same, but without actually doing the horns on his hands. Muradin does like a sort of jig. And actually, Muradin's might actually be a jig. It reminds me of the same dance that Bruce Willis does at the end of The Last Boy Scout, which he literally says in the movies, if we solve this case, I'll do a jig. And Damon Wayans is like, what? He's like, and Bruce Willis is like, yeah, like an Irish jig. But anyways, let's continue. All right. We got some clouds in the sky. There's a hair in my eye. All right, the tree in the foreground will do later. The tree in the midground will do later. The tree in the semi-midground will do later. I think it's just mountain shape now. Mountain shape and mist. I think so. Got a pretty cool sky. So this is gonna be difficult. I've never done something like this. I think there's gonna be a lot of like dark spots we leave in, and that will be our shade mostly. So I think what we'll do is we'll do the mountain color. Like we'll literally just use, where is the tube of paint? We'll literally use the mountain color, because that should be dark enough for the shadows. If we need to lighten them, we can lighten them. And then we'll do all the highlights, and then we'll see how all the shadows look. Because my assumption is if we just focus on the highlights, all the shadows will then be created from all those highlight areas we're focusing on. And I think what we want to do is we want to go for like a mid-tone, so that way we can put highlight color on top of that mid-tone. So when I say mid-tone, I think we're going to do like maybe we'll do like a lightened, I don't want Van Dyke Brown, like a dark sienna, but with a bit of white. And that'll be our mid-tone, and then we can go a lighter step up on this as a highlight on top of that. And then if we really want to darken it, we can then darken this down and then do more shadow color. But I don't think we're going to need to. I think we can actually use the base mountain color we're going to do as the shadow color. That's my logic in what we're doing here. If you're wondering. It's already been an hour? Jesus. How time flies. I don't know how much of this mountain color I'm gonna need. Do 2 globs of that. Ugh. Where's my... Oh, it's in front of me. Alright. God, my nose is so itchy today. Okay. How are we gonna do this? I guess like that. And then I can pull the peaks out. Yeah, I think that's how we do that. We just go for the general shape, and then we can put in the spikes after. I gotta commit to it. I gotta stop thinking. Yeah, LaFacia. As I was saying, if we hit this sub goal, we'll make a tiny sub goal, and then we can, we'll do a Tim Curry Discord movie down on Friday. And, we could do the classic Clue, excuse me. Classic Q is a pool hall up here. I mean, I'm just looking at a list of movies. We could do Clue. I think he's in main character in Three Musketeers. We could do Muppet Treasure Island. We could watch It. Yeah, there's a lot of options. Clue's always a good one. Is Tim Curry in Clue the original? Yeah, that was one of his, like, first big roles in movies. Like, literally the ending of Clue is amazing because it's basically Tim Curry reenacting the first, like, 45 to hour of the actual movie in, like, 15 minutes. It is hysterical, in my opinion. It's literally him, like, running around being like, and then we went into this room, and then they did this, and then they go to this room. It's like, it's so freaking funny. Also, fun fact about the Clue movie from, like, it's like 1979 or something. That movie had 3 different endings, and they shipped 3 different endings to the different theaters. So, like, one theater... So we'll use Michigan places for ease for me. So let's, like, the Southfield Theater in Michigan would have ending A. The Royal Oak Theater would have ending B. The Birmingham Theater would have ending C. And so you'd have people talking about the ending of the movie, and they'd all be like, that's not how it ended for me. And then when they released the VHS, it came with all those extra endings. Yeah. It's really, really cool. I want to say it's 3 endings. It might be 2. Someone in chat might know better. Okay, sorry, I was just trying to get the rough shape on the canvas there. You can see all those, like, little dots. I was just trying to get the rough shape. Where's my napkin? Is there a place we can submit for BahaRoss paintings? Like, in the sense of, like, ideas and stuff? Like, recommendations? We've just been using the community art channel in the Discord. Happy to take suggestions. It's too curved. I'm trying to get more of the angle that it is. Because it's not a sort of, like, spouting fountain. It's more sheer. I mean, it'll definitely look better once we put highlights on it and stuff. But I think the shape of it needs to be a bit more blocked up. Like, I think it needs to have a little bit more of a gentle slant rather than a bit of a curve that it has. What if we did the rest of this painting with just the knife? Kinda wanna. Feel like this gap is too big, though. I'm not trying to get it exactly. I just want the portions to be a bit closer. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe this needs to be a bit bigger. Also, it kind of goes up and out a little bit more. Mine's kind of going in. No, I think it's okay. No, we'll still use the brush for a bit here and there. All right, I think it's... brush this out. And let's start putting some highlights on this first round. Yeah, I think next month we're going to try and do something Final Fantasy. And then October is Castlevania. November is going to be a BahaRoss giveaway. Or December will be. I'm not sure which month I want to do yet. And then December I haven't decided on yet. But yeah, Castlevania I've got like... Castlevania's like pretty much set in my head how I want to do it. It's just the execution I got to figure out. But it feels, or the plan seems really doable in my head. Bust out the watercolors? Do it! Apple pie, but as focaccia? I'd try it. If this is Patrick, that means that Patrick is Patrick, which means Bloodborne is coming to PC Patrick year, which also means HOTS 2 is coming to Patrick year. Huh? It looks really good. What, the focaccia or my painting? All right. I think it's time to put some highlights on. I think we have a pretty good mountain range. I'm going to bump this out a little bit here. Yeah, I like that a little bit more. Try and give a little bit more mountain shape to it. It's kind of forming like a dragon tail a little bit. All right, I don't want to overdo this mountain. I think we're good. Oh, you can't even see it in this camera angle. There we go. Yeah, I've been looking at a lot of Final Fantasy art. One of the Final Fantasy arts that I was looking at as well was the, there's like a really big peak in Final Fantasy 16 that I thought could be pretty doable for me. But I'm just not sure yet. There's a lot to choose from in Final Fantasy. Yeah, there's, what is it, like, FF16 Mother? Oh, that's 18. FF16, I think it's the Mother Crystal? Like, something like this is doable for us. Like, the castle will be really difficult, but, like, that sheer mountain and stuff would be pretty cool. But, yeah, I need to look. I need to look. I will definitely take all the recommendation. But, yeah. Yeah, that was something that I was like, that's definitely, like, is attemptable in our wheelhouse. The castle's far enough back where I feel like I could get away with doing this. It'd be difficult though. That'd be the hardest part of the painting. Would just be that castle. But since it's so far away, you don't put in a lot of details. Yeah, yeah. I was playing Final Fantasy 16 a week or two ago. More than that actually at this point. And I saw that and I was like, oh, that'd be a cool painting idea. I need to play more Final Fantasy. Maybe I'll play more Final Fantasy 16 today, since we do have a shorter stream day on my end. Since we're just doing the painting today. I do want to go lay out in the sun. I laid out in the sun on Sunday, and like I got ginger skin. I don't really get tan, but like my skin health was so much better. So I think I want to go lay in the sun for like another half an hour today. Like I put on sunscreen and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I walk Bandit at least once a day. But I feel like just laying in that sun and just letting it beat on you with sunscreen on is really what helped out. Because I definitely had like a little acne on my forehead, and it definitely was reduced because of it. My aunt and my father have always said, oh, just go lay out in the sun. Your skin will look so much better. Just go lay in some radiation. Yo, what's up, Moofins? How you doing, bud? Yeah, my mother, who's also a ginger, the amount of time she would really try and get me to wear sunscreen and not like get sunburnt, and the amount of times I just fought her on it because I was a dumb kid. My record was we were on a vacation in Jamaica, and I got my entire back sunburnt in 15 minutes.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
May your day be full of joy.
TT, thank you for the tier 1 for 9 months. Man, so many resubs today. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it greatly. Welcome back to the Bahamets. We're currently doing this painting, which is inspired by this. It's Monster Hunter. And right now we're about to get into some of the highlights. I just want to take a moment and chat before I started focusing into this. So, we got our palette. We got our good boy Bandit. And we got all of you. Thanks for coming by, TT. I appreciate it, bud. Oh, dude, Simon, same. I've had some bad sunburns as an adult. I've had some horrible sunburns up here in Tahoe. The sunburns up here are completely different than the sunburns I got in, like, Metro Detroit. Like, I learned my lesson up here. Yeah. Also, Moofins, I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Hopefully, your day is treating you well. Thank you again, TT, for the resub. Well, it's also we are 6,000 feet closer to the sun. And you also have the refraction level from the lake, and then in the winter, you also have the refraction from the snow. The snow in the winter is a huge one. Because even if you're in shade, you can get sunburned in the winter because of how it bounces off the snow. So, like, there are so many, like, layers to the onion of UV up here. Secret's not going to but here's the thing. You'll get 70-degree Fahrenheit days, which is, like, a little over 20 Celsius. And you might be like, ooh, that's a little bit on the cool side. But you're in that sun, and it's so cozy and warm. Even better example, in the winter, we'll get 2 feet of snow, and the next day the sun is out, and it'll be maybe 5 Celsius, a little over, like a decent amount over freezing, like let's say like 40-ish Fahrenheit, I think it's about the same. And I will walk Bandit in snow pants. Underneath the snow pants is just athletic shorts and a sweater. Because it's so warm with the sun, you don't need any. Oh, it's so nice. Those winter mornings are amazing. So, I love it up here. The only thing that would ever get me to leave Tahoe is the internet. We did have some wobbles on the internet this morning. I've already texted the Spectrum guy again. Here I'm trying not to... So right now, here's a concept that Bob doesn't explain very often. This is what's called marbling. That's called marbling. So it looks like a marble countertop. So Bob does two things when it comes to his paints. He will either completely mix down, meaning the colors are mixed together pretty much homogeneous, or he'll marble it. He rarely ever talks about marbling. You actually have to watch what he does in his palette. Here I'm trying to not marble because I want to just have one solid color, and that way I can make my own other transitions in colors. Or values, actually, is the right terminology. So that's what we're doing right now. If you're wondering why I just keep remixing this paint, I'm trying to mix it down so it's no longer marbled. We're just about there. And you can see this is the color that we're trying to go for. We're trying to go for this lighter color. So that's the original Van Dyke Brown, and this is what we did when we whitened it down. And the reason we're pulling it so thin is so we can just slowly add in these colors. Desert sun and 8,500 feet. Oof. They say overcast days are the most dangerous for UV rays or something. I don't know about dangerous. What I've always heard is that you can still get sunburnt on an overcast day. But as a ginger, I've never experienced that. I will be honest, there's a lot of overcast days where I'm like, oh, I don't have to put on sunscreen, wonderful, and I've never had a problem. But I remember hearing that in the 6th grade, very early on in my education, that you can still get sunburnt on a UV day. Maybe it's an old wives' tale thing that we heard as kids and is not actually true these days. I don't know. You wish you're on a texting basis with your Spectrum guy? Oh, just have Spectrum come to your house every single day for a week straight, and then they'll eventually be like, okay, look, dude, we see that there's a problem. Let's handle this ourselves. You think about ordering a 50-foot Ethernet cable for your computer and running it through your apartment so you can stop streaming on Wi-Fi? Do it. So it's very hard to see, but so behind the painting, see that little white cable that's right there? That little white cable right there, that runs up by Jake the dog, up by the ceiling. It runs out of this room. You can actually see it right there. It runs out of this room. It goes along the hallway ceiling, into the living room, down behind the couch, around that framing. You've been to my house, so you know. It goes past the French doors to the TV. That I have my TV hardwired because I'm so freaking sick of the wireless from my office to the living room being kind of shoddy. And honestly, I have a really good router. It's the fact that the Wi-Fi has to go through like 4 walls to the living room. That's really what kills it. If my router was more centralized in my house, my router modem was more centralized in the house, probably would have no problem, but everything is hardwired. Everything in my house is hardwired. Even when I do the cooking streams in the kitchen, this cable that I was talking about, I take it from the TV and I run it to the kitchen. I hate running Wi-Fi anything. Also, Kalamasi, good to see you. I saw you earlier. Sorry, I didn't say hi fast enough. But yes, seriously, order a 50-foot Ethernet cable. And if you don't know what to order, you can always bug Hostile on my Discord. Hostile's always a good person to bother when it comes to cables and stuff. He will recommend the most expensive thing. Give heads up on that. We were talking about car headlamps, and I was telling him how I replaced the bulbs on both my driver's side and passenger side, and he's like, yeah, I typically do the whole housing. I'm like, I ain't got that kind of money. And that is literally how we're applying all this all this highlight color. Little bit at a time. We're hoping to use pretty much the mountain color underneath as our shadow. So effectively what we're doing right now is we're taking our dark base and we're putting another color on top of that that's still darker value than we want, and then we can go back over and we can basically take this color here and lighten it further, and then we can put highlights on top of this as well to brighten it further and get some popping moments. But you can already see we're trying to right now, we're basically just trying to get the general shape of what is in light and what is in shadow. If you're just, I'm doing my best to explain more and more lately how I go through my thought process of this. Whether it's correct and the right way to oil paint, I don't know, but at least you can get an idea of what I'm thinking. Yeah, like, let's see. Amazon. Ethernet cable. 50 foot. Amazon Basics Cat 6, $10.99. If you really want to go fancy, you can get Cat 8, 40 gigabits per second, $17.99. You can get the flat cable I got. You can get a pack of 3 for $36.45. Cat 8, 40 gigabits per second, 50 feet, $8.49. You don't need Cat 8. Bro, you just got a future-proof, bro! But what if Simon wants those 40 gigabits per second? What if because Cat 6 only does 10 gigabits. It's only 10 gigabits, Cav! You can never have too many cats. Nika, I would disagree with that. Yeah. 1 gigabit per second is an eighth of a gigabyte. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely think you can have too many cats. On that conversation point, I definitely think you can. Trying to make sure I don't kill too much of my dark areas. What if this comes right over to here? And I get that swoop of highlight. Oh yeah, I think that's the jam right there, everybody. Just swoop. Gotta make the noises. Oh, look at that. And it's got a nice relief right there. Maybe we bring in just a little bit of color. Maybe there's just a little bit that stretches in here like that. Just to break it up a little bit. And maybe just like a little bit of light touches right here. Maybe just a little bit of light touches in there. Just a wee bit. Breaking on through. Oh yeah, that looks good. And then I think maybe, well, yeah. Oh, also, I got a horrible email yesterday. After our stream, I was informed that my YouTube video with my YouTube account with only 45 subscribers can't monetize the video from yesterday. Because of all the DMCA music. You can't monetize the YouTube channel until you have 1,000 subs. So I like YouTube just gently reminding me, oh, you can't monetize this video that you can't monetize. It's great. Thanks, YouTube. Real helpful there, bud. Honestly, it was kind of like, I got the email, I was like, why would you send this? No, you can't monetize it twice. Maybe next time. Yeah, maybe next time. I mean, the main YouTube account is getting close to 800 subs. We've been inching close to 1,000 this year. I don't know if we'll do it, but we keep trying. From everything that I've ever read, I need to make more obnoxious thumbnails, and I hate making those thumbnails, so I don't want to. Yeah, right? I got 10,000 subs in 1 month by just doing these simple 6 tricks. Seriously, that was what I read this morning, and I was like, no, it don't work like that, but alright. So here we're transitioning purposefully to a darker color because we want this to be kind of in shadow on the left side. So we still want to have like a little bit of like texture or highlight, but we're just using a darker color to be able to sort of create that visual to all of this. I blocked so many channels with poor thumbnails, clickbait titles. I mean, like, my thumbnails on my YouTube are extremely straightforward. Let's see, YouTube... Oh, I don't have any of them saved. Like, this is my, I use, online, Photoshop. Like, these are my thumbnails here. This is how I do my thumbnails. For, like, it's just literally name of the event, name of the point, the name of the teams, usually logo, and then usually a hero within the best of whatever. And I just have all these heroes downloaded, and I can just push the button, and there you go. New hero, new hero, new hero, butcher. So yeah, this is how I do my thumbnails. So, and it's the same thing for the map too. The maps are literally all here, so I just literally toggle what map I want. All I really typically have to do is just type in the name of the game. It's like, seriously though, like that is. But it's not clickbait enough. Like, seriously, like, that is the annoying part, is that I need to have more clickbait on my YouTube thumbs. I need to have more arrows pointing at things. Needs to be Alarak making a very stupid face. Ugh. Just my general disdain for that with just one noise. All right, let's get that highlight color in. Let's start getting some different textures in here. Oh, thanks, Simon. You're a sweetheart. The way the apartment is set up is going to be frustrating to get my computer, but it'll be worth it if I can get it to work. I don't care if I have to step over it. Yeah, dude, just get like a 50 or 100 foot cable. I don't know how big your apartment is, but seriously, like, were you here when I mentioned that I literally have a cable running from my office to my living room? I don't know if you were here when I went through that spiel. So, you know my living room. You've been in my house. That cable runs to my living room along the ceiling. And that's a 50-foot cable. So it runs from, you can see right there, that's where it goes. It goes up by Jake the dog. It runs along this, runs along the frames here. And then it goes right there above my head. And then it goes up and around. Well, do you have a measuring tape? Figure out how far you need. Because to be honest, how'd you get it to stick on the wall? So I bought utility staples. So like the big sort of like, not the staples you get for the standard like stapler. Like these are like construction staples. So they have like, and you go to the hardware store and you can find, because the widths vary. So you get one that has a width that's bigger, obviously, than the cable. And then I just took a hammer. I didn't use the staple gun because I didn't want to go through the cable potentially. So I literally broke the staple off and just tapped it in with a hammer into the wall. Yeah, that way you don't accidentally punch into the cable with like a staple gun. So yeah, that's what I would recommend, because those staples are super cheap as well. And you just need to measure your cable width when you get it, or if you know it ahead of time, I guess you could probably look it up. It probably says the diameter on Amazon. And then you just find the staple width that is bigger than that, which is easy to find at the hardware store. So, yeah, that's what I'd recommend. That's what I did. And that's how I get my TV hard plugged into the internet, or also my computer when I do the cooking streams. I'm getting so sweaty because of this one sock. Jesus. I'm not even like exaggerating it. I'm literally sitting here sweating. My right foot is just, I think, a puddle of sweat. So here we're gonna lighten this color further because we want to start getting some little touch highlights in all of this, and that'll create even more texture within the mountain. So we'll go ahead and we'll mix this down. And as I said, once again, we're not trying to marble this. We're trying to mix down. So we pull it so we get all the paint off the knife. And we get it nice flat. We clean our knife, and then we can go back in. Aw, thanks, Krusty. I appreciate it, bud. How goes your day? I think I saw you in here earlier. Doesn't help I'm drinking hot tea as well. Alright, how light is this color? Do we like it? No, I want it lighter. Let's try this. I think I want it even lighter, honestly. Alright, let's clean this knife. Let's get the bigger knife. I really want this to pop out. And I feel like it just doesn't have that pop that I'm looking for yet. So we're gonna go big on the whites. And we'll mix this down here. Alright. Let's give this a shot here. That's the pop I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah there, buddy. Alright. Yeah, I like that a ton. When you originally started this painting, I thought those mountains were too dark, and I was like, how's it going to make them work? Boom, you're making them work? Thank you so much, Simon. I appreciate the kindness. The texture, thank you. Well, if this turns out good, we'll have another painting to sell to you guys or give to GDQ. This could definitely be one of the options for the November/December giveaway painting. Because we'll do the same thing we did last time, earlier this year, where I'll do a painting that day. Obviously, that will be up for grabs, and if someone doesn't vibe with that painting, which that's okay, art is subjective, they can choose from a list of others. This would probably be on that list. Alright, let's stare at this for a minute. Here what I'm doing is I'm just really lightly scratching the surface with my knife. I'm just trying to create a few little textures and ripples in this. So you can see I'm like barely picking up anything. But I don't want to overdo it because then I end up blending down and then I lose all of that shadow color. I just panicked. I just had a panic that I lost internet completely, but we're still here. It's just that song apparently hard shifted off. I was like, oh no! My bitrate did drop a little bit at that moment too. I was like, oh no! trying to push back this little section here so it reads further in. And you can see, like, this little ridge right here is pushed back. I think they need a little bit of a highlight color, though. Too much highlight. That's better. Alright, I think it looks pretty good. I don't think I want to mess with it anymore right now. We might come back and put a little more detail into it. But I think that peak looks pretty good. Can I put a little cave in here? Is that possible? There's a little cave. Oh, you know what? To get to, we need a little path to get to the little cave, though. Does it read like we want it to? It kind of does. What's up, Vino? How you doing today, bud? I don't really like the cave. I don't like it. Let's get rid of it. That's better. Actually, that actually right there looks like a little cave. Boom. We accidentally did exactly what we wanted. Easy. Alright, I think we're good on this layer. I think we do another layer of hills, though. So we need to mist this, and then, put another layer of hills in, because we need something to go right in front of this. Unless we don't do another and then we start doing the foreground. I mean, I got that much for one layer, that much for the next layer. Let's do the next phase and see how it all looks, and then go from there. What do I want to use for this? I think I'm going to go back to this 1-inch round. I really do like this one a ton. Is there still oil in this? No, okay. I thought there was. Alright, nice and softened at the base. Pretty nice there. Alright, so that's pretty good there. Let's clean this brush and our knives and figure out what we want to do next. You returned from spending a lot of money. What'd you get me? You got a StarCraft miniature board game, the set thing. Nice. I just recently did a $100, well, $140 Amazon order. I had to get razors for my head, new flip-flops because mine are busted and I need flip-flops. Funny enough, I need flip-flops for the winter because I need something to be able to wear when I go and shovel the deck outside, and I don't like to wear shoes. I hate wearing shoes. And then I got a bag of rice and then red oil paint, which I just found out today I need this oil paint as well because apparently I have none of this left and I didn't order a new Indian yellow, which is significantly different from yellow ochre. Or I might just not order it, to be honest. I'm kind of tempted because I can't find like a Winsor Newton or a Phoenix branded one. And the BahaRoss, I don't like to buy BahaRoss branded things anymore because Steve doesn't get any of the money. I'm trying to switch all of my stuff. Now, granted, all of my stuff here is all the brushes and everything are BahaRoss because whenever I ask someone for a brush, they always just get that, which I understand, but either way. You mean foot prisons? Yes. It was over 700 units. That's a lot of Vespine gas you just burned. What is the unit that remains to be seen? Wait, what? I'll sell my dishwasher. Broke it yesterday, so that's going to be fun new expense too. Dishwashers are not that expensive, from my understanding, because I was actually looking at one recently because I thought my dishwasher was broken. Dishwashers are like $100 or something. They're not actually as expensive as I thought. And they're pretty lightweight too. It all started with a dishwasher. Let's see. Dishwasher at Home Depot. Dishwasher broke yesterday. It'll be fun expense. Probably had a hand wash stuff for a while. Got you. Let's see. Standard dishwashers. Oh, actually, they're a bit more. I think like a copy of the model I have is $300. So it's a bit more. I thought they were honestly like $100 to $200, but it looks like it's more like anywhere from $300 to $400 for average, than anywhere to $1,000. You know. You know. Yeah, there's I think there's like a literal same one as mine is under $300. Yeah, it actually shows the exact microwave I just ripped out of my kitchen. Probably before tariffs and all of that, dishwashers were way cheaper, but they're probably more expensive now. The part that broke can be replaced for almost $290 or get a whole new brand washer for a little more than that. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that there, Lard. I'm kind of with you on that one there, bud. By the way, for speaking of expenses, we are 15 subs away from our goal if you'd like to help us hit it. If you'd like to help us, God, my right foot is so sweaty, dude. Oh, why did I use hiking socks? Zool rules. I blame you. Now, how do we want to do the next layer? Do we do the same mountain color and then do the same highlights on that? I think so. You're bad? No, you're fine. I'm teasing you. I'm just complaining. I'm complaining about my right foot being sweaty. I have to take a shower after this anyways. I'm gonna be covered in paint somehow, some way. When the not guaranteed 100% to fix solution is even 50% of the cost. I mean, yeah, like, if... Here's a good example. The microwave in the kitchen. I'm sure I could find the piece to replace that. Or, instead of spending $50 to $75 on the possible piece I need, and I say possible because it's not a guarantee, I rip that bitch out, I get a counter microwave, and I get an oven hood. Yeah. Which of the paints taste the best? None of them. It's actually this. This is what tastes the best right here. Paint thinner. Odorless paint thinner. It's got all the flavors in there. Like death. I will tell you this. Bright red is not cherry flavored. I'll tell you that out the gate. Phthalo blue and Prussian blue, not blueberry flavored. Nor blue raspberry, which is the best artificial flavor out there. Yeah, it's marinated. Rush hair. Alright, I think I know what I want to do next and how I want to do it. It's just doing it. Yeah, I think we do one more set of range. Well, do we? Could start working on the foreground. I don't know if I want to use the same color for the foreground. Because it's a bit dark. Because what I'm let me talk through what I'm thinking. Let me talk through my idea. Fun fact about phthalo blue: the thing in the pigment is used a mechanical structure of the first quantum computers ever built. Really? That's actually very fascinating. Thank you, Lard, for the tidbit. So what I'm thinking about is doing another sort of hill, like here, and that'll sort of push all of this back. And then we would do the hill, and then we would have the grass come into the hill. But what color do I want to do for the base? Do I want to use the mountain color? I feel like that's too dark. Maybe I make a color, or maybe I just use like straight up like Van Dyke brown. We just Van Dyke brown the whole bottom. That might be the way to go about it. Because we do need dark color for all of this grass texture. And brown does seem like it would work pretty good. I think that's what we do. I think we just slather the lower third of this in Van Dyke brown. This is the hard part about paintings for me, honestly. It's a nice looking hill cliffside. Thank you. I think I've gotten really good at doing exaggerated mountains. The hardest part right now is just getting foregrounds better. Also, I realize the more I look at this, it kind of looks like a butt crack, and I'm just going to leave it. But I do like the little cave that's right there. That little cave turned out perfect. We meant to put it right there, but it turned out to go right there, and it looks great in my opinion. It really does read as like a little cave. Oh, Mr. Bandit, is that a good stretch? Is that a good stretch, Mr. Bandit? This is the anxiety of these moments. This is me being an anxious boy. Watercolors are really fun. It's just learning how it's just learning the base technique is the hardest part in my opinion. I mean, that's like any art realistically, right? Like learning how oil paint moves on a canvas versus acrylic. So, but yeah, watercolor's super fun. I have watercolor stuff. It's probably all like dried out, but maybe one day we'll do a watercolor painting. But right now, I love learning oil, but I just don't know what to do right here. I'm so indecisive. I feel like I should just start painting. I feel like that's what I should do. Just paint. Just stop overthinking and just paint it. Watercolor tutorial when? Oh, I could never do a tutorial. I'm so bad at watercolor. I did watercolor one time in college because we had visual communications, which was our drawing class. We had 4 hours of it. And in the last week or so, our Polish professor was like, I made you guys buy watercolor stuff. We never did anything with watercolor. Let's do some watercolor today. It's completely optional. So I stayed because I wanted to learn it. And there was, the desk setup in that studio at that time was literally like, you were back to back with someone, and there was, I'm not exaggerating, less than a meter, less than 3 feet between the edges of the desks. So we had to maneuver between each other a lot. And the person next to me, Alana was her name, we were doing the watercolor painting, and I was messing around, and she looked over at my canvas or whatever, and was like, you're painting like it's acrylic. Don't do that. And I was like, keep in mind, I've been teaching snowboarding for, like, I know how to teach people. I've been teaching snowboarding, many other things as well, up until that point. So, like, as a sort of educator, when you basically say, just don't do that, it's like, okay, but how? I got so frustrated with her saying that repeatedly that I literally just walked out of the class. Which I could. I was, it wasn't like I had to be there. But yeah, dude, like, that was the most tilting thing ever. You're painting like it's acrylic. Okay, what does that mean? Yeah. Architecture students are really, a lot of us were dickheads. She was, too. Hold on, let me see if I can find... I want to see if I have a photo of it. Do I not have an architecture folder anymore? Oh, I think it's actually on a backup drive. My photos, music, James Bond. Oh, it's in files. That's right. Architecture. Studio year 1, fall semester. Assignment. Folio. Portfolio. Project 1? Project 2? I'm just looking to see if I have any photos of the studio from that year. I don't. I have photos of my old boards. Of, like, my final projects. the final project that my professor said she didn't like, when I had 24 hours to finish it, and I literally ripped it apart in front of her and restarted that night. And then I finished. This is here's the this is the project right here. It was an abstract project based. So actually, here you go. So this was 2 desks. So this was Scott was across from me. That's how much room Scott had behind his desk. That's how much room Alana and I had between our desks. My desk was right here. And these are 4-foot by 8-foot desks. So yeah, this was the yeah. So this was my final project board and everything. Materiality. Yo, what's up, Cam? How you doing, bud? First time we did watercolor, it was also in college drawing craft. It was really tough, but you watch a few videos and technique. Yeah, exactly. That's what we'd be doing. A very simple instruction. Just stop doing it wrong and start doing it right, right? How am I doing? Pretty good. Pretty good. We're just being indecisive on what we want to do, how we want to do the next thing. The thing with also with, like, as Hostile is saying, all, like, paint mediums are all different. You don't paint acrylic the same way you paint oil. And these are not explicitly, like, this is how you do it, this is the only way. But typically, like, a lot with oil, it's the brush stroke you make is an intended brush stroke. Acrylic is a lot of, can be a lot of painting and filling in color and then adding layers on top of that. Whereas oil, it's a lot of, like, you're working with the medium typically wet constantly. There are ways to basically speed up the drying process so you can effectively do a little bit of painting. It dries fast. There's a chemical you can use on your paint, which dries things out faster, but it also ruins your brushes faster as well. But so, yeah, like, I always like to attribute, if you're doing... And this is still also not exactly the same because you can still blend with markers. But I always like a credit, like, acrylic is like painting with markers. You're very much having an outline and filling in color and stuff like that. You can definitely get into blending and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like blending typically leans a bit more on your oil side. And here's a good correlation. Oil is a lot more like pastels where you're blending and mixing things together. Markers are a lot more, you're kind of keeping those colors separated. Of course, there is blending and stuff you can do in markers, but this is a very simplified version of a lot of that. Like, it's, you know, like colored pencils, pastel, charcoal, crayons, markers, all of those are different in their own way, just like how oil, acrylic, watercolor, other stuff I can't think of off the top of my head. What's up, Duck? How you doing, bud? But yeah. Good to see you today, bud. I am being indecisive on the next stage of this painting, and I really just need to do it. Yeah, I think we go Van Dyke Brown. Highlight colors. I think we Van Dyke Brown the lower half of this painting. I really do. Because I think it's going to be the best way to get the grass color in. I think that's what we do. So we put in the hard ridge line with the knife, and then everything else below we just fill in with the brush. And then we can put all of our highlight color on top of that. Or do we? Dude, I'm so unsure of myself today. Fuck it, we ball. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Indecisive, you should add a duck. How's all the prep for the move, bud? When do you guys move? I'm hoping I turn around and you say, oh, about that, we're not. We're gonna move just outside of your area. Well, that'd still be moving, wouldn't it? Huh? But yeah, how's all the prep for the move and stuff going? Hopefully doable. I forget what color I put down here. Is it this color? No, that was the burnt umber. This is Van Dyke Brown. On that. I don't want to kill too much of the mist, but I don't want... I leave too much mist sometimes, so I'm trying to get this mist line a little bit higher. I don't want to completely kill this, but I just want it to be ever so slight. And here we're just turning the knife to create some sort of jagged peaks and edges. Alright. I think that's a good, like, edge foreground. Yeah, I like that. I think that's pushed back. I'm gonna go ahead and put a little bit right here. Alright, let's fill this in and continue. Almost put that knife in my tea. What do we use to fill this in? We could use a 2-inch brush, but I'm kind of avoiding that today. Just so I don't have to clean one of those. Right now we don't care about the bottom. We're just trying to get this area nice and saturated, and then we can really start coming in with our grass textures, and then I'll start creating layers as well in this. So here we're just pulling down, just to pull the paint further down on the canvas. And we're going further up on our brush as well, just to get a little bit more of that paint on the ridge line. And then we'll come back and detail all this edging here. But what we're doing is we're just trying to pull some of that excess paint we can easily grab. And then we'll finish out the edges of that ridge here. So we blocked out our dark color here. And now that the dark color's blocked, we can finish out our foreground. And I'm just painting the edges really quickly just so it has that nice wrap look. Yeah, I think that looks pretty decent. You don't drink your paint water, are you even an artist? Yeah, I think so. I did watch Evil Dead Burn finally, by the way. I thought it was pretty decent. I use heavily on decent. I don't think it was like the most amazing thing. I think Evil Dead Rise was better. If we're talking about like the newer movies. The remake was great, but I consider that its own thing. Because the remake is a remake. They go to the cabin. It is the story you know. But Evil Dead Rise was really good. This Evil Dead Burn, I thought there were some interesting moments with it. But it did feel like they were pushing more for like the over goriness of it. And I get Evil Dead is like, you know, it's a gory franchise and blah blah blah. But I don't know, it kind of was getting to like that Saw 3 realm where, yeah, there's gore and stuff, but it's like gore for the sake of gore that is meh. I don't know, does that... I don't know if that explanation makes sense, but... But a fun story, a fun movie. If you're a fan of the Evil Dead franchise, I recommend it. But I don't think it was like super amazing. Right here, I'm just trying to get this paint out. You can see there's still like oil coming out onto this paper towel. That's why we use paper towel, just because it's easy to make sure that all the oil gets out. We do have this towel here, but I feel like it doesn't pull as much as the Bounty. Oh, you know what? Bounty, you want to sponsor my stream? Alright, that's pretty good, I think. Oh, itchy today. Is this still wet? Because it looks like it is. It's been sitting out for like an hour. It is a little bit. Okay. Hydrate? Sure. We got mango tango tea today. So right now here, you won't be able to see it too well. What I'm trying to do is I'm using the edge of the brush. I'm just using like that much of it. I don't know if you can see how much paint's on that edge. I don't want to listen to things with lyrics. I think it's time to swap off of Monster Hunter music. I would like to listen to Turricane. Yeah, we're listening to this now. And Mr. Bandit, you are perfect. You're doing such a good job today. So we're using the edge of the brush, and we're just pulling down here. And what we're effectively doing is using the paint that's on the brush that's being pulled in the next stroke down. What that's creating is this very thin tree line. I forget who it was. It might have been Dings in chat who recommended this OST. And as a reminder, if you'd like to take if you'd like to help us hit our sub goal, we're 15 subs away. Every little bit helps out if you're feeling generous today. Would like to help us get to the Clue movie night tomorrow. Or sorry, on Friday. We're planning on doing Clue on Friday, so long as we hit the goal. Alright. We got a few things to do, but we're getting through this. I'd say we still have like another at least an hour left on this. Maybe probably more. Probably another closer to 2 hours. Trying to think of how I want to do this next section. Do I want to transition into, like, the field grass? Or do I want to put in more of the mountain texture? Feel like it's mountain texture. Yo, thanks, Rob Dog. I appreciate it, bud. How you doing today? How does this look? You know, it reads pretty decent, because we can then put highlight on top of it. Where's the normal Baja? More packing today. Everything must go this weekend to the new house. Best of luck, bud. Hopefully you are done with packing and moving soon. Okay. The screw and the drywall anchor held, but just the mounting itself? Oh. Screw pulled through the plastic. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That's why you gotta get stuff bandit engineered. All Bandit engineered products are always perfect. Like him, who's chewing on his paws. Yeah, I saw you, bud. Alright, highlight color. Alright, so this one here we marbled so we can get some color differences. Oh, it was only one? Yeah, you need multiple anchoring points. So you can see here how we got that marbling effect as I pulled. That's what we're aiming for. Hey, Sculpey, what's up, bud? Baha, what's your favorite book on that shelf? So behind this is all my comic books. To the side over here is a bunch of this. So that's the core rulebook for Pathfinder. There's D&D stuff there. That's City of Mists, right? Yeah, City of Mist. That's a confusing game. So that's all D&D stuff. Behind the painting is all of my comic books that I have. And I have all of the boys. I have a few Walking Dead. I have all of Sin City, and I would say Sin City. Which of the Sin City books? That's a hard one. I haven't reread them in a while, but dude, the Sin City series is so good. Yeah, oh, there's also, actually, there's Resident Evil right there. That's the Scott Pilgrim series. That's all video game stuff right there. That's a StarCraft 2 box when I stood in line for the midnight release of StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty. I think that's my Half-Life box. Yep, that's Half-Life. Then the 2 PlayStation, those are my 2 Final Fantasy VII. There's Remake and Rebirth. That is Watchmen right there. So, it's hard to say. Have you read Watchmen? Yeah, I read it before the movie came out. But good to see you, Skullfeet. The painting looks great. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a book for sure. It's definitely it's interesting story to say the least. Here I'm just adding in some dark colors. I'm just trying to get some more shadows. I have a lot of highlight in here, so I'm trying to darken some areas a little bit. I think I just have a little too much highlight, so I want to get some little bit of terrain change. So we're just putting dark on top of that marbled color. I will mark as unread, Kev. I skimmed it, but I'll get back to you after the stream, yeah. I read it, but I marked it as unread so it stays in my list so I don't forget, because I have a bad habit of that. I like reading physical books is just much more complete experience. I mean, to each their own. Like, if you want to read on Kindle and stuff, by all means. I don't like holding a tablet. That's the reason I actually don't like Kindle. Like, I don't like those because I don't like holding a tablet to read. I like holding a book. And maybe I'm an old man in that, but like, I know a couple people that they got a Kindle and they started reading a ton more because of it, because of the convenience and everything. It's like, hey, if it works for you, it works for you. There's people that do audiobooks, and, you know, you're still experiencing the story. Is it different? Is it different to listen to a book than to read a book? Absolutely. But you're still experiencing the story, and I think that's what's the important part. I grew up listening to the Harry Potter books on tape because the voice actor for them was absolutely phenomenal. It was literally one guy, and he did every single voice, and did it really well. And I remember one of my friends was like, you didn't actually read the book. I go, yeah, but I still experienced the story. It's not the same. It kind of pretty much is, but okay. Kindles work well with traveling, yeah. You can't stand audiobooks. I mean, I feel like it's really finding an audiobook reader that you like. That's the big thing, in my opinion. There was one audiobook through Spotify, because I pay for premium, because I download my playlist, because I live in a town with limited cellular service, so having things downloaded to your phone is convenient. So when I was driving down to Hostiles for Thanksgiving last year, I downloaded the Lovecraft book on tape, because I was like, oh, I'll listen to it while I drive. I got an hour in, and that was being generous. At 30 minutes, I was like, this sucks. And an hour in, I was like, I'm not doing this. This is, yeah, I'm. So it's just, but the narrator sucked. I didn't like the narrator, so that's the thing. You can't pay attention and won't know what happened in audiobooks. See, I have the issue with standard books where I will zone out while I'm reading it and then forget where I was, and then I have to go back and read a whole another page, and then as I'm reading it, I'm forgetting about it again because I'm not paying attention. So yeah, The cycle that I go through. Alright, I think it's time to start doing some grass texture, everybody. I think it's time to do that grass texture. I think we fill it in. So the idea is that we'll go in here with grass texture. We'll go in here as well. We'll go back and around there, and that's gonna push this. That's gonna push this section a little bit forward towards you. Sorry, my hand gestures here. And then we'll also have some dark here. And then I think we're gonna put like a tree in this corner. I think we're gonna have like a nice little framing tree over here. Let me go stretch my legs. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea because I have one ready in the kitchen and run to the bathroom, okay? I'll leave you all with the Big Bandit while I step away. And as I said, we're 15 subs away from our goal if you'd like to help us hit it. Do it for Tim Curry. All right. All right, we got tea. And we're ready to go. Back into our paint. All right, let's clean up some palette space here because we have done a lot of browns. Do we need any more of this? Maybe. Let's put that there. That up. All this can go up here. Okay. Alright, grass texture time. So, as we get closer, it becomes more yellow. In the distance, it looks like there's some green in there, but it looks like it's mostly sap green mixed with cad yellow for the distance. Some yellow here. Some sap green. I've also been watching through the TV show Tires on Netflix. It's been pretty interesting. Been pretty silly. Making sure there's no paint on my hand when I rub my eye. Alright, what do I want to use for the grass texture? I think I've been using a lot of 1-inch brush for this. I could use the round brush. I could use the oval brush. Let's try this oval brush and see how it turns out. I got some stuff somewhat working with some vector art, super ass UI for my game. Really gonna need an artist soon. Need to find someone willing to be paid in hopes and dreams. That's not feasible thing. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's the hard part. There was this asshole at the bar one time, and he was like talking about how he could totally have the followership and views on Instagram. He just needs an editor. And then I was like, oh, like, my buddy does editing. I know editing. He's like, yeah, but I just don't want to pay anyone. I was like, oh, you're one of those people. Oh, bro, I'd totally blow up if I just, you know, had an editor. Yeah, sure, dude. Tahoe bro culture. Ugh. No, I just don't want to pay anyone. I was gonna actually, until you said the hopes and dreams part, I was literally about to say you should hit up Hostile, but yeah. I don't know if Hostile wants to do work for free. Well, let me say this. I don't know if Haley wants Hostile doing work for free. All right, let's see how this turns out. That looks like what I want it to look like. Thanks, Rob Dog. I appreciate it. Y'all have been so kind to me today. Thank you all so very much for the positivity. I really do appreciate it. Oh, we're like halfway through this playlist. Nice. That grass looks so good. Love the texturing we're getting with this. All right, let me take a second here. Chat with all of you for a minute. See how this looks. It is really coming together, honestly. The grass texture is exactly how I'm kind of hoping for. And then after we finish the grass, we put in that tree and some birds, some clouds, and we're done. I say we got about 40-ish minutes left on this bad boy. I'm gonna change up the music again. Hot drinks? There's an alert for that! This corner I'm not digging. That's better. The color there. it's too much yellow. Oh, that cable's got paint on it now. What do you do for lunch? Something healthy, because I doubt you've eaten healthy this week. Something healthy. You have soccer at 2. Okay. Something healthy. Not my fault. Lasagna's healthy. Lasagna's healthy. You've got all your food groups in there. You've got your grains. You got your vegetables. You've got protein. You got dairy. You know, you're hitting all the food groups. Lasagna, in my opinion, is healthy. I'm not even joking. I legit do. Same with pizza. The dough is the issue with pizza. The dough is the issue. Because the pasta in lasagna I don't think is comparable to the amount of dough that you have in pizza, right? How are we all feeling about this? How are we feeling? Do we put in a tree? Do we put in the tree? I kind of like it without it, but it would basically be like right there. Are you going to add the field of flowers? We kind of already did. We kind of already did. We got all our textural changes. I think we had a tree. I think we had the tree. this hair out. It's gonna be a pain. Okay. Van Dyke Brown? Van Dyke Brown, watered down? John Brown, make brown. Bravery test time, are you all ready? Are we all big, brave painters? Now, where is this gonna pop up from? I'm gonna go with right here. Oh, I ran out of paint. A bit on the thick side. Do I put a fourth tree in and just go blomp? I kind of think I should. I kind of like where the left tree sits, though I do feel like we could put a tree right there. So it'd be between these two, but it would be closer, so it would basically go taller. We go big lad? Big lad. Your speaker port is busted. You can't wear these headphones. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Now, do we want to leave these trees as is, or do we want to put some foliage? Because I kind of like them as is. Maybe we just put some highlight on the actual branch, like the bark. I have this idea, and I don't know if it's going to work out or not. I hope it does. Straight green. Oh! Yes! Straight green. Wait, my light source is right side. Shit. There we go. Okay, that shadow on the tree is so freaking good, dude. Those shadows look so, those shadows add such depth to it, dude. I love it. Those look so good. All right, let's punch in some clouds, everybody. Let's clean some brushes and punch in some clouds. Wrap this bad boy up. What's going on in this? Yo, what's up, Zark? How you doing? Where's that button?
Yes.
Congratulations on your watch streak. You must go eat before sports. Good luck. Alrighty. Do you have any plans for another tattoo? Perhaps the words thug life on your butt? Why on my butt? Yeah, I have a list of tattoo ideas. And who I'd get it from, too. Let me just clean these brushes and I can go through it. But good to see you, Zark. How's your day going? Alright, that's everything washed. Where's my phone? Ugh. Yo, what's up, Manatee? How you doing, bud? How you doing today? Corsair. That's... Doot. YouTube Prime Time. Don't care. Voicemail. Alright, I'll see what maintenance found. I doubt they found anything. Notes. Tattoos. Final Fantasy VII Meteorite. And that's by Ricket. DKC 1 through 3 balloons, which are just colored balloons. That's anybody. Moogle.
Need any help?
Oh. All I can get.
Moogle by Clay, who's up here. Lake Taco, which is by Bonbon. She used to do that. Chocobo and Porcoroso. Those are what I have on the list. Ricket and Bonbon. So there used to be a tattoo shop up here called Tattoo Bonbon. Bonbon Eleanor was the main artist, or was the shop owner, and her husband was another tattooer as well. They were partners, but like she, like everything, like deed-wise, was under her name. And they moved out of the mountain, but they're not too far from me, and I do want to get tattoos from them still. And then there's Clay, who I've talked to, and I want to get tattoos from him, but he's a bit pricey. Because he's down at State Line, and he's hit that certain point where he makes enough money where he can charge a lot of money. So I was hoping to get a discount through, you know, friends and stuff, but not really. So we'll see about that one. But yeah, I've got a couple ideas. Such a nice cozy stream. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. I'm so pumped about those shadows, dude. Those tree shadows are just so good. Alright, as I said, we've got to add in some very light clouds. We're going to add in some really light clouds here. So we'll grab our brush we used earlier. No, I want something a little bit more grouped up. Maybe this 1 inch? This 1 inch might be the jam here. Lots of Final Fantasy tattoos? No, I mean, I don't have any. So I've wanted to get a Chocobo and a Moogle at least. The Meteorite is the big one that I want to get, but that's also, it's a big commitment, like, it's a big commitment money-wise and also pain-wise, because the best placement is honestly right here in the inside arm. Like, I was actually talking to Rickett about it, but tattooing near here sucks. Tattooing near here sucks. Tattooing here sucks. So, that's really, like, the trepidation mostly, but also that would be, like, a $500 tattoo potentially, including the tip. So that's really, like, the trepidation. I like the idea of just getting smaller tattoos. But, like, a Porco Rosso tattoo would be great. I think I would just get, like, the airplane. And I know that's another one that Clay would like to do, because I know he loves doing Ghibli stuff. There's a guy in Detroit, Sam Wolf. He did a couple of my early tattoos and stuff. From Signature Tattoo. He's a good guy. And he has a rule that if you get anything Star Wars, he'll give you, like, X dollar off. I think it's like 20 bucks off or something. The sole of the foot? Yeah, that's up there. Armpit, arm, or bicep is pretty bad because you have a lot of nerve endings here. There's a lot of nerve endings, so that's, like, you can even see in my arm, like, how it dips in. So that's a bad spot. Chest isn't too bad. I have a couple chest tattoos. Belly is not too bad. I don't have a belly tattoo, but it's not that bad. Arm isn't too bad. Yeah, the arm wasn't too bad. Back of the arm was pretty easy. Calf isn't too bad. When you get to the pit of the calf, that's where it starts to, like, the back of the knee, the pit, that starts to hurt. A lot of nerve endings. Thighs are super easy. Like, if you ever want to get a tattoo, get tattooed on your thigh, man. Thighs are super easy. And I'm a skinny man, and I have a giant tattoo on my left thigh, and I sat for 3 hours easy. The most painful part about my thigh tattoo is that afterward, because of the way that I sat and I didn't get up and stretch afterward, or during, I literally pulled my groin muscle, and that was actually the most painful thing. So, yeah. For that tattoo recovery, I sat and watched 5 James Bond movies. Here it comes. Bum, bum, bum. Why do I feel like this is thick? Oh, that blue almost fell off my palette as well. Look at that. That blue's been going on a journey. It started there, it ended up there. I don't think I like this brush for this. I'm gonna change brushes. I'm gonna use a fan brush, I think. I'm gonna use a really open fan brush. I'm just gonna dip this straight into here. Get a bit more of this liquid white. That's way too much, but whatever. Maybe that's better. I want this cloud to go across this. But I don't want to pick up too much of that dirty color. Do I sell my paintings? Yeah. I try to create scarcity within the market. I don't sell like pretty consistently. I usually do the BahaRoss giveaway twice a year. I used to have like a monthly like bid, but I stopped doing that because we didn't really have that many people interested. I have really thought about making an Etsy, but then I would have to pay taxes on that. And I literally just use this. I do paintings, and any money I make from a painting, it just goes back into stream or pay my bills. So like that's the hard part for me is like I'd like to sell them, but I don't want to have to pay a bunch of taxes on the money that I basically use to make more paintings happen. I don't want to overdo these clouds too much. Just want to add in a little bit of the clouds sort of dipping into the mountain range. Maybe this one just kisses the peak and then goes up. Chat, and you won't insult me. You won't insult me. How much would you pay for this? You will not insult me, but how much would you pay for this? I'm curious. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. You basically taught all the Dutch masters? Yeah. You know me, Bahamut Dutch Gaming. It's a bit dirty on that, I don't like that. Trying to add in some low clouds there. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't want to overdo it. Alright, not really any fundamentals but to buy art, but I could imagine your painting could be hundreds over 1,000. The most I think I've sold a painting for was like 300 bucks. I think that's the most I've ever made from a painting. Yeah, I'd say, like, I'd be happy to part with any painting for, like, $200, really. That pays for the canvas, that pays for materials, that pays a bill. So, yeah, like, $200 is honestly the sweet spot for my paintings. No, that's what I said, like, you're not gonna insult me. I was just curious. I think we signed this. hate these. Come on. This happened last month. Aha! Kind of messed up my own signature, but it's there. That's all that matters. Shall we start the bidding at $350? Yeah, I'll take $350. I'll take $350 for sure. All right, there we go. We're done. It has been signed. Because signatures go on the bottom left. Hey, Day. What's up, cutie? All right, that is our Monster Hunter painting. What do you guys think? I think it turned out pretty good. Bald again. It comes off? How we feeling? I don't have 350, but I can play. And Trident Layers? Aw, oh, shit, man. I remember those commercials. And I remember seeing that commercial. I think my dad was in the room with me. And he's like, that shit's so stupid. My dad just immediately like, that's so stupid. Who wants to get paid in gum? This is my my father who escaped communism, so sometimes taking things a little literally. All right, thoughts? Any bids? I mean, realistically, this is another good one that can be sent to GDQ. So long as they hold it up right. I will be honest, I am a bit miffed after the last GDQ. Not with the whole, like, painting being upside down. I really feel like the prize segments and prize staging has really suffered since Sent took a backseat to that role. He's still doing prizing stuff, but like the prizing set from Awesome Games Done Quick, I feel like was really lackluster. They had all these shelving and stuff, and they barely had any of the prizes there, and I feel like that's an easy way to highlight prize. I don't know, man. Like, I don't think I'm gonna blow up as an artist because someone sees my paintings on GDQ. Like, that's not really my goal. I just think that they should do a better job at highlighting all the art that comes in because a lot of people put in a lot of work. I mean, like, between the 3 paintings I'll send this year, it'll probably be, like, a good 30-ish hours of work between 3 paintings. Because acrylic takes the longest, because I have to do a little bit, let it dry, do a little bit, let it dry, do a little bit, let it dry. So I'll still keep donating. I mean, you know, but I'll have an opinion because, you know, I'm taking part in it. Your house is cool. Thank you. I do my best. I do my best as a single male. Alright, everything's cleaned, brush-wise? Yeah, so I can close this. I just don't want to spill this. This is the dangerous stuff. Alright, well, we, inched closer to our sub-goal today. We did not hit it, but you know what? That just means that we're gonna hit it tomorrow. That just means that we'll hit those 15 subs tomorrow, and we'll be able to get our subathon going for September. The average single man changes sheets 4 times a year. Yeah, I change mine every 3 weeks at the most. Usually in the winter I change it less because I usually wear pajamas and stuff, and like I'm not really naked, so I don't have to change it as much. But in the summer I change it like every other week at minimum because even with pajamas I'm still sweating through. So yeah.
Way to go, dudes! Right!
Yes!
And just like that, we're 10 subs away from our goal. Skulfy, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Thank you so very much. That's wicked generous of you. Thank you. If you got a gifted sub, welcome to the Baha Mets. If you did not, get dodged, fool. Thank you again so very much, Skulfy. I appreciate that. Hope you all enjoyed the painting. I think it turned out really good this month. I think we tried a bunch of new stuff. It turned out really good for what we were attempting to do and what we set out to do. But I believe at this time that is going to be our stream for the day.
No.
We're going to be wrapping up a little bit earlier than we normally do, but I'm going to clean the office. I'm going to do something else. Ah! Well, that's an easy goal hit.
Did you see that, Croft?
Krusty, thank you for 10 gifted subs on top of Skulfy's 5. Thank you so very much for the continued support and the big support. Thank you all so very much for helping us hit the sub goal. Hey, that just means that we have the tiny sub goal tomorrow to watch Clue on Friday. We did not have a scheduled movie for Friday, but with the passing of Tim Curry today, I think it's only fitting we watch Clue on Friday. And Clue is like one of the best Tim Curry movies. It's so freaking good. So thank you so very much for that. I really do appreciate it. At this time though, we're gonna go ahead and get a host and raid going, because I need to clean up the office. I need to put all the paintbrushes away and all that good stuff. So thank you again, everyone, for the generosity, for the positivity. Thank you, everyone, for an amazing day of streaming. And it's only Wednesday. We still have tomorrow. We're doing Heroes of Stormcasting. We also have another one of those watch this trailer sort of sponsors. It's for HBO Max for the Lanterns TV show. And then Friday is Elden Ring Tarnished Edition on the Switch 2. So we're going to be checking out Elden Ring for the Switch 2, see how it plays, all that good stuff. We'll play one of the new classes. There's 2 of them. There's a very high posture Unga Bunga class, so we'll probably do that. We'll probably make the cursed character. Saturday, I believe Caldor's tournament's going on, so I'll probably cast that. And then Sunday, we have our cooking stream. So we still got a ton of fun streams ahead of us this week. But thank you, everyone, so very much for a great day. And honestly, this year, we've been getting better and better. We've had a couple okay paintings, but we've had a lot of really good paintings. The last few have been really good. I gotta say, these shadows I added in for the trees, beautiful. But we're going to go right over to our lovely sponsor today. Corsair has just started their stream, and Corsair typically has a giveaway. Now, you will have to be present for the giveaway in the Corsair channel, but if you would like to potentially win yourself whatever they're giving away, typically they do the giveaway about 2 hours from now, so you could do that. But either way, go hang out with Hoff and Lucky and enjoy some time over in the Corsair channel. And thanks again for hanging out with me. I'll see you all bright and early for a great day of casting and fun and shenanigans. Thanks for being you, thanks for being part of this community, and thanks for being awesome. Bye!
Have a lovely day.